Greetings, everybody, and welcome. Thank you all very much for coming to join me today for a little bit more Tactics Ogre. And I have a feeling that today, if anything, is going to end up being a little bit more of just a hangout, because now that I'm finally back on a somewhat reasonable sleep schedule and I'm starting streams at a somewhat reasonable hour of the day, it seems like everybody else in the other time zones is now just not around. Or maybe it's my choice of game, who even knows. But, I have a feeling that since there are so few people here today, this is probably a good opportunity for me to get a bunch of other stuff out of the way, like maybe the Palace of the Dead. And maybe while I'm doing that, we can just hang out and chat a little bit, rather than worry so much about story progress. Yeah, Jatron, and I guess that's kind of the point for me, is I'm starting my stream at 8 p.m. Central European time. But if you're in, what, American Mountain Time? Central? It's like noon, 1 p.m. So, yeah. Hello, Guy. Welcome. 2 p.m. So you're on the East Coast of the U.S. then, Blaze. Oh, right. Didn't you say Pennsylvania or Massachusetts yesterday? Ah, Pacific time. Gotcha, Jatron. Oh, you know what I forgot to do? I knew something was missing. I did a little bit of, well, more than a little bit. I try to do as much grinding and farming off camera as I can. I did some of that last night. I switched over the Farena sisters to their shaman class now that I finally have the blasted class marks for it. And while I'm doing grinding, or rather while I'm letting the AI auto-grind, I turn down the music, well, turn off the music in the game so that I can watch some other stuff, streams or videos or whatever, and I forgot to turn it back up. Oh, very good, Mantis Man. I guess it is pretty well timed then. Virginia. Okay, Blaze, gotcha. So, Blaze, you haven't finished Persona 3? Hey, Marisat, welcome! Yeah, I think... there's always story progress, but I think actually now is probably as good a time as any to go chip away at the Palace of the Dead. You know, Mantis Man, you say that, but you Brits in the UK cancel school over about a centimeter of snow. So I'm not sure I can take any Brit's word anymore for the weather in the UK being bad. I feel like for you guys, your idea of bad weather is, oh, it's overcast today. Oh, I felt a raindrop. Better go inside. You close the airports too. Yeah. So I've heard. No, Marisat, I'm just teasing. You've seen snow 5 times total? Where do you live, Blistex? Oh, okay, Blaze. I see. Dull and dreary, Mantis Man. Yeah, I mean, when you live in a coastal country, especially as coastal as the UK, I mean, there aren't too many countries that are basically a series of islands off the coast of the mainland. I mean, that's about as coastal as it gets. But yeah, the weather will do that. Oh, okay, Texas, Blistex, gotcha. I guess in Texas it probably depends more on your elevation than anything else. Alright, well, here we go. Well, Jtron, I hope you like cod and chips. Or, you know, fried food in general. Well, this was unexpected. The draconic power that rests within this place is not for the hands of the resistance to hold. We thought to claim it first, but better to kill you now and be done with it. Yeah, try me. What need have we of the dark nights? Find your peace in this temple of death, boy. I love how these guys are remnants of the Galgastani army, and they've been in here literally the whole game, and they only made it to the first floor. They've literally been in here throughout the fall of their kingdom. What a bunch of chodes. Yeah, Blistex, if her character portrait were usable for creatable or playable characters, Grandma Swamp would definitely be an appropriate name for her. It's a damn shame you can't use some of the more unique and interesting character portraits for your team. Blaze, if you don't mind my asking, how far did you get in Persona 3 and or Fez? Did you make it very far in? Baba Yaga. Yeah, I guess. And it's always a pain with these clerics in particular. They always seem to have return damage. Ms. Unga Bunga? Who is that, Blistex? I can think of several characters that could be. Oh, Blaze, I mean how far through the story, like what month? Just out of curiosity so that I know what not to spoil. Or what would be spoilers for you, rather. Oh, that might be worth doing then, KCK, if you find yourself with free time. Oh, Ozma. Okay, Blistex, gotcha. I love how this cleric is just spamming Boon of Swiftness on the same unit. And I really wish you could command your units not to use items they're equipped with, because that just wastes so much time. You'll never make it to the palace depths. Yeah, well, at least it'll only be one floor before I get farther than you did. Loser. Alright. Any other mage who bent on studying the evil ways of the ancients delved into these dungeons in search of dusty spellbooks, the knowledge they contain. Oh, right! This is where we rescue Rudlum. I mislike the feel of this place. Lovely, only holy magic works on this lot. Caught between scales and a dead man. To his aid. The thing is, I'm not sure how long I'll be able to rely on the AI to win these battles. Because there are so many undead enemies that are just going to keep coming back. As much as I'd like to avoid having to do it, I might have to just bring Kachua in due to her holy water ability. Now I'm just trying to find a map. Let me see. Because frankly, I don't... Alright, this has not gone quite the way I'd hoped. Yeah, Mantis Man, it's funny you say that. The way that one of my cousins described the UK because she studied there for a while, and she actually married a guy from the UK. Was that there were some pubs and just general tiny little hole-in-the-wall establishments that were older than America, essentially. Yeah, Hunter CD Chaos Route. And I'm just trying to find maps for the Palace of the Dead. Thank you, good sirs. I believe I've hit something of a wall in my search for draconic magic. Perhaps you might be able to help me a bit. I'd be happy to make it worth your while. You're with the Resistance, yes? Escort me into the depths and I'll help your cause. Fair? Sure. Then you're welcome to join us, Rudlum. Far warmer reception than I'll have from aught else in this foul place. Even he made it further than those Galgastani idiots. Alright, I think I found some maps. There we go. Okay, sorry about that, guys. I just had to dig up some maps of this place. Which I finally just did. There we are. Alright, there's a pub along one of the roads between your town and the next one that's been there since the 1600s. Yeah, Mantis Man. That's par for the course here in Germany as well. We've got some older towns out in the countryside that escaped being basically leveled during World War II that have been standing for hundreds and hundreds of years. Funny thing, Mantis Man. My friend Charlie, you know her, right? You've shown up for a couple of her streams, if I remember correctly. The town she lives in, and as a matter of fact, I believe even the house that she lives in is something like 900 years old. I remember having that conversation with her one time, and I can't remember if it was her town in general or specifically her house, where I guess she did some research on it, and I don't remember if it's just her town that's been around since the 1100s, or the house that she lives in has been standing for something like near that long. It's crazy. It's absolutely insane. Welcome back, Blaze Nomad. And very good. I hope you enjoy diving back in. If you have any questions, Blaze, feel free to ask. I remember Persona 3 fairly well, at the very least. Especially Fez, because that's the version I ended up playing through. Hey, Prof. Evil Page Hunter CD? What are you talking about? I've had more than enough of these dreary halls already. Then why are you here? I might ask the same of you. You came here alone? Not alone, but the others are gone, turned to cold stone. Where are they now? Right beside you. This was a man? Yes, turned to stone as he lived. The guardian of this temple cursed him. All the statues here were once living flesh. Why stone? This temple is holy ground. Only the disciples of Ashmedai are permitted within. Ashmedai, I believe, is the god of darkness. Then who are you? I am Zadoba, and you are as good as dead. Look, I have snakes for hair. You're the guardian. Zoinks, gang! Let's see who the temple guardian really was. Zadoba? Fool mortal, you will grow cold and stand watch here through the ages. Hey Kasumi, welcome. Oh, Ozma Hunter. Alright, so I need Canopus to be on manual control. And also Denim, so that he doesn't go and kill the boss before I, have a chance to activate the secret passage. Yes, some guardian she is just runs away. This is the spot where I need to stand. Now I need to give Canopus another turn. Yeah, Jatron, there is. Not only is there a top-down view, but there's a top-down view that you can rotate. And you can zoom. Alright, come on, work, damn it. Yes, Jatron, actually I have played Growlancer. In fact, I've played a couple of the Growlancer games. Leveling up the party, Nomad? I mean, leveling up the party will happen on its own as you progress. The more important thing is to level up your protagonist. And in order to do that, you're going to want to make damn sure your protagonist is protected against light and dark attacks, and that his weaknesses are all covered, Blaze. Hey Lex, welcome! There we go. Switch him back to ranged. Denim is on melee duty again. Okay, I think we're good. All I really had to do was open that shortcut. Ah, yeah, Jatron. I ended up playing them because a friend of mine in high school lent me Growlancer Generations, which I want to say included Growlancer 2 and 3? Oh no, Jtron, that sucks. Yeah, Blaze, basically in Persona 3 more than any other recent Persona game, make absolutely sure your protagonist is protected against light and dark attacks. Make sure he's got a persona that nullifies light and dark. Because lots of enemies like to use instant death attacks, and if your protagonist dies, it's an insta-game over. Oh, okay, yeah, that's what I thought, Jtron. My memory of exactly which games were included in Growlancer Generations is kind of fuzzy. Oh, you just bought it from the video store. Okay, Jtron, fair enough. It is better this way. Those who seek power are right to tread the dark path. Well, that's nice. Walk on over my corpse into the darkness. You will not be missed. Ah, congrats, Mental. Well done. Hello, Kane Belmont. Welcome. Ha! Yeah, Blistex. She would. All who enter this dungeon abandon what little hope you may have had. It's cool that every floor has a unique comment. It is custom among warriors bound for the Palace of the Dead to first distribute their worldly possessions among already grieving family and friends. Ancient writings mention a device found somewhere on this level that opens the way further down into the dungeon. Alright. All who enter this dungeon Oh, okay. I guess maybe not all of these floors have unique comments. Free. I sure am glad we're outnumbered. Then again, they don't have the ability to kill us in one hit. Hey, Sugar Crow, welcome! Good to see you. How are you doing? And thank you for relaying Monotone's greetings. I'm glad you two had an opportunity to hang out a little bit. Oh, good. Good to know sword techniques have that much vertical range. Huh. Oh, good. I'm glad to hear you're recovered, Sugar Crow. Ah, here we are. The primordial structures within their bodies fail. The transformation was incomplete. Living corpses make undead out of the dead, while resurrect merely puts off the true death for a time. Neither is the solution I seek. I was lucky, perhaps, in the case of the Galgastani Knight. Binding soul to flesh is no mean feat. True primordial regeneration, that approaches the divine. I achieve one half of the solution only to watch the other fall to pieces, as futile as forging swords of glass. My apologies to you both. You were failures, but a necessary sacrifice in the timeless pursuit of eternal undying youth. Perhaps I will have to enlist help from another quarter. Oh, what do we have here? Sir Lenner? Ah, I remember you. Denim, was it? A pleasure to be sure. So you've come seeking draconic magic as so many heroes of old before you, yes? Fitting, fitting. All those who wish for victory in battle must ever seek a greater power. It is necessary, a prerequisite to becoming a leader among men, and quite a leader you've become. I will take our meeting here as a sign. Perhaps you'd like to see the fruits of my research. Denizens of the Abyss. Yeah. Certainly is, Prof. Ooh, Chinese curry. Very good, Mantis Man. I think we can skip the summoning animation there. Oh, God! Wow! What in the hell's this body? What demon sorcery is this? He resurrected Zabos as a zombie. Zabos? Master Nibeth, what has happened to me? Why am I... Some of my subjects are sturdier than others. Wow, what an asshole. And then there's Lenner. A corpse knight raised from the dead by necromantic means. Their power is augmented by dark magic. Yeah, these bastards right here. Death proof. Grant immunity to petrify, sleep, bewitch, charm, spendthrift, paranoia, bind, shackle, stop, wither, addle, and curse. Some cheat-ass crap right there. And of course, it's a level 1 ability that no normal job can learn. It's enemy only. Also... Oh, Zabos is also a Death Knight. I tell you what, he didn't get any less ugly after he was dead. Sir Leonard, it is I, Denham. It's no use, you know. He remembers not one whit of his former life. How could he when his soul is gone? Tell me, do you know why the undead always seem so bent on violence? It is because death is agony, and they despise the living for not suffering as they do. To the undead minds, such as it is, the only way to ease their pain is to inflict the same upon you. So Sir Leonard is gone. Repent swiftly, Necromancer, for you join him soon. It's a status ailment, Hunter. Well, there he goes. What is this place? What has befallen me? And why do they only regain their memories when they die? Sir Leonard. Denham? Wait, I remember. Death. Well, all right. Sir Leonard. Yeah, Mantis Man, it's the typical JRPG bullshit. They conveniently regain their memories when you kill them. Which is just a whole crock of crap. That freaking boulder counterattack is the stupidest. Well, they're dying again, Mantis Man. Oh, you can stun Nybeth. I thought he was totally immune to status ailments. Oh, yeah. Good. Shoot him. Shoot him. That's, yeah, rip Nybeth. Screw you, idiot. An unfortunate turn, though I am not unprepared. Demonza, Lord of the Abyss, grant me the destructive fist and merciful heart bound within this ring. Break your seal. Great! Ah, yes, a much more fitting form for one so intimate with death, hee. Yep, he sure did turn himself into a lich. Pure undeath is achievable, you see, provided you use the right tools. And you're not too attached to your own humanity. Something to discuss further next we meet. And yet again, he just pulls his same old trick. Nybeth, damn it! Hey, Tatsumi. We got a Grimoire Sombre, whatever the hell that is. Okay, I do believe it's time to check the map. Okay, we do want to go this way. Oh, actually, it doesn't matter. Oh, look, a bunch of dragons. Just what I needed. Well, huh. That should be fine then. Yeah, PPSSPP, Tatsumi. It's the absolute best one for PSP games. You're correct, Mel. This is a PSP game. This version of it is, anyway. Indeed it does, KCK. We're very lucky that the guy who wrote it continues to support it. The dude is a hero, Mantis Man. As I understand it, he did most, if not all, of the work on the emulator himself. Well, KCK, I have a feeling it'll just fall to people to test it themselves. Yeah, Mantis Man, the development of PPSSPP is crowdfunded. You can donate to him. And I have, actually. I bought the gold version of PPSSPP to support the guy who wrote it and developed it. Which I encourage all of you to do as well if you use it and can afford to throw him some cash, because it's worth it. Yeah, KCK, I think a few other people have written patches and other, like, plugins and stuff for it. Prof, that's just how he is. He's a member of a race of winged humanoids that are, I guess, distinct from humans in this game. Yeah, Kasumi, the menu, what do you call it, the Warren report says that they live to 3 times the age of normal humans. So Canopus is supposed to look really young, but I believe his age in the Warren report is listed as 48. Ah, Tatsumi. Tatsumi, it is illegal to ask for that kind of thing publicly. I cannot give you any information on that, and I cannot facilitate or condone the sharing of that information. All I will tell you is that a cursory internet search will reveal what you're looking for. But beyond that, I unfortunately cannot help you. Oh, it was Kasumi? Was there some mass influx of exploding PSPs because of that, or something? We can only hope, KCK, but I have a feeling it probably won't be anytime soon. Hey, Monotone, thank you so much for stopping in to say hi. Good to see you. Yeah, Kasumi, that's scary stuff. Alright. I clearly can't leave this to the AI. Alright. And... yes, how convenient is this? Very good indeed. Yeah, KCK, I guess they have a limited life. Yeah. Huh. Yeah, that's the important thing, KCK. And I guess you could always get a replacement battery if you needed. I'm sure there are aftermarket ones available. Yeesh, Monotone, hang in there, man. Hope you have an opportunity to take at least a little bit of a break at work. Yeah, fair enough, KCK, when software emulation is as good as PPS SPP. It's hard to argue with that. Tatsumi, you want to keep your vegetables at least a week. Should you freeze them? Well, that depends. It depends on the vegetables, Tatsumi, and it depends upon what you're planning on doing with them. Because, yeah, you can freeze your vegetables, but freezing them is going to compromise their quality. What I recommend you do, if possible, is incorporate them into a dish. Because once you've cooked them in a dish, they'll last longer than they would raw if you put them in your refrigerator. Risu, thank you for the 500 bits. Good to see you. Thank you so much for dropping in to join us. I am alright. How about yourself? But yeah, Tatsumi, if you're... I mean, you're honestly better off refrigerating your vegetables rather than freezing them, because refrigeration will help them last longer without creating ice crystals in their cells and then rupturing the cell walls and causing your vegetables to get all soft and nasty when you thaw them. So I recommend either refrigerating them raw, Tatsumi, or if possible, cook them and incorporate them into a dish and then refrigerate or freeze the dish. Maybe I shouldn't have come this way. The terrain here is super inconvenient. Huh. I guess this battle is going to be all Canopus. Monotone, in all honesty, maybe it works out well for you that you don't have too much to do other than walking that same path. Because it'll get you some exercise, you get to be outdoors in the fresh air. Actually, what does battering ram even do? Able to ignore Rampart Aura. Okay. Alright, very good. Yes, Blistex, 50 is the level cap in this game. Ah, you're doing important work, Monotone. That's at least something to be proud of. And again, take some satisfaction in things not being any more eventful than they are. Red, thank you so much for the resub. Welcome back. 32 months. I know, it's such a long time. The time does fly. Oh, we can actually reach. That's good. I should have brought more ranged characters into this fight. Hello, Jimmy 2 Feet. Welcome. How are you holding up, Jimmy? There we are. Well, good, Monotone. Sometimes it's nice to have an opportunity to just be by yourself and not have to deal with people. I am all right, thank you, Jimmy. Besides which, Monotone, your experience on this particular job may be helpful to you as a marine biologist as well. Because it'll help to have some knowledge of terrestrial flora and fauna, as well as aquatic flora and fauna, for comparison's sake. Or even just for trivia's sake, really. Well, Tatsumi, there are courses you can take where a field instructor will take you out into the wilderness and teach you how to identify different edible plants. I know for a fact, even, that at least a couple of those kinds of courses are offered in Japan, out in the more rural areas of Japan, because I've seen advertisements for them. And there are some online resources you can use as well, online classes that, like video classes that will show you how to identify some of those plants as well. If you don't feel like going outdoors. But then again, if you don't feel like going outdoors, why would you be interested in edible wild plants, right? Yeah, Tatsumi, mushrooms are definitely a little bit trickier. You do not want to make a mistake with mushrooms. Fortunately, though, Tatsumi, from what I understand, because I've done a very small amount of research on this myself, it seems like most of the edible mushroom species in Japan are pretty easy to identify. And most of the poisonous ones look pretty different from the edible ones. Yeah, you know what, Jtron? And I bet those hippies had either ingested or smoked every single one of those fungal species in that biome in order to figure that information out. Hey, Devilish. You just woke up 20 or 30 minutes ago. Well, welcome to my life, man. I've only finally gotten myself back on track this past month or so. And I'm already worried about slipping off the wagon. Oh, you have, Jtron. Well, that explains why you were hanging out with those hippies in the first place, I guess. Ha! Blistex! That's not what he means, Blistex. Yeah, join the club, Devilish. I am right there with you. That's when your body just goes, no, I want to be a degenerate and you can't stop me. Well, Mel, fortunately, I've got it more or less under control right now for the moment. And I have for the past few weeks, but how long that lasts is anybody's guess. Not that kind of degenerate, Hunter. Mantis Man, that is also an unfortunate problem. And one to which, at one point or another, I could certainly relate as well. Yeah, Tatsumi, it sounds like you have a job that you can just do anytime you want. Kind of like mine, which is a lucky thing. It's nice to be able to just get up and finish your quota whenever works best for you. I think at this point in my life, I wouldn't even be able to hold a standard 9-to-5 job that required me to be on a consistent schedule, because I just don't think I could stay consistent. Which is just one on the long list of reasons why I would love to be able to do this streaming thing full-time. Yeah, Mantis Man, I'm 35 and I can confirm it only gets worse. KCK, that's what I've been trying to do, but unfortunately it's not usually as easy as all that. You always think you're going to clamp down on it when you get it to where you want it. And then 2 days later, you're up at 4 a.m. watching cat videos on YouTube, wondering what you've done with your life. Yeah, Tatsumi, well, you know what? I bet that's come in very handy for you during the coronavirus outbreak. Is your approach to interpersonal relations. Besides which, Tatsumi, give yourself a little bit of credit. You're here, participating in chat. That's worth something. Hey, Incredible Meh, welcome. Yeah, Jtron, except in my case that 10:30 p.m. is 3:30 a.m. Yeah, Tatsumi, I grant you that. That's true. But it still counts. It's still interpersonal reaction. Interpersonal interaction, rather. I mean, I guess there is an element of reaction involved, but... Oh, lucky you, Jtron. I wish I could trade with you. I wish I could get tired at 1 a.m. Alright, good luck, Devilish. KCK, it's fun if you're able to get your work done while you're up. You know, it's fun if it's productive and it doesn't screw with your obligations. Otherwise, not so much. Ah, interesting, KCK. I don't know that I would ever turn to drugs for help with that sort of thing, but... it's funny to think that that might be a viable solution. Well, Prof, I'm a millennial, which apparently means I'm obligated to be perpetually wondering why I'm awake. Hey, generic one! Ambien, Kasumi? Taking Ambien didn't cause you to become a racist, did it?
Greetings, undead warrior.
Sephirios, thank you so much for the resub. Welcome back, and I guess since it's a drive-by sub, it means you're leaving right away, so take care. Yeah, Prof, I remember you mentioned a couple of days ago that you're still fairly young. Yeah, Jatron, you're not the first person to tell me that. What level range would I suggest you keep your persona in relation to your level? Blaze Nomad, it doesn't matter. Because your protagonist cannot fuse personas that are above his level. But if you acquire a persona that's above his level in some other way, such as through shuffle time, you are allowed to equip and use that persona. Oh, good, Kasumi. That's good. Oh, alright, Sephirios, no problem. Oh, well, Prof, you'd get along with my generation well, then. My generation, the big meme with us is that we're all supposed to be too depressed and self-loathing to want to be involved with social media or interpersonal relationships. Ouch, Sephirios. Well, I hope you feel better soon. That's no fun. Yeah, Tatsumi, never mind the resulting brain damage. Generic one, Gen Z is the young folks. It's pretty much anybody under the age of, like, what, 20, 21? Somewhere along those lines, generic one. Ha! Millennials, Blistex. Alright, now might be the time to check the old map. 13... Oh. This is the correct way. Floor 17 leads to a dead end. Honestly, Tatsumi, if I weren't a Twitch broadcaster or a content creator, I would have totally avoided having a social media presence as well. I certainly wouldn't be using Twitter. And I'd probably only be a lurker on Discord. Yeah, KCK, that's kind of what I mean, is I wouldn't actually post anything on Twitter. I would only use it to see what other people have to say. Well, that person is dead. Blistex, you're not obligated to tweet once you've created an account. In fact, I think for the majority of the world, it's probably better not to. Most people who would love to spread their bullshit on Twitter don't have anything worthwhile to say anyway. And usually the louder they are, the less worthwhile it is to listen to them. Well, Mental, what's that meme from the... What was it? I think it was episode 4 of Star Wars, where Qui-Gon Jinn says to Jar Jar Binks, the ability to speak doesn't make you intelligent. That's the epitome of, like, 3/4 of Twitter. Yeah, one of the ones that people never follow, guy. Wait, who on this map is still left? Oh. Uh-oh. Oh, phew. I thought for sure that was going to knock Ogre off the edge. Yeah, Jatron, if you're going to be involved in social media as an active poster, that's the kind of person you should aspire to be. Yeah, KCK, those games have some pretty goofy joke weapons. There we go, I think that'll do it. Yep. Yeah, they do like their joke weapons in JRPGs, KCK. Well, Reno Soft, it's never too late. Oh, good. At least here we have a nice, easy floor. Well, Mel, that's better than some of the alternatives, at least. Well, Mikers, that was explicitly an Easter egg. It was a reference to Gradius, which was also owned by Konami. Well, Tatsumi, but it's probably more important that you're willing to call the ambulance for someone in real life than to get invested in trouble online. Yeah, Hunter, don't you guys use a shovel that is explicitly sharpened on the edges in case you should have to use it as a weapon? Oh, video editing, generic one. Very good. I could tell you a thing or two about video editing. I've been doing it for 11 years. Yeah, Hunter, that's what I thought. I think I've seen those before. Nasty things, but certainly very versatile. Oh, we got a greased ring. Hopefully it doesn't slip off. Plus on black, what's really good? Well, what would be really good right about now would be a New York-style thin crust pizza with garlic and onions, sausage and bacon, maybe some pepperoni, fresh tomatoes, fresh basil, fresh mozzarella, a little bit of extra virgin olive oil, and a nice marinara. That would be really good right about now. Okay, we want to go for 16. Oh, yeah, Devilish. I don't doubt that. It's funny, isn't it, Devilish, that if you're trying to remove a very thin layer of dirt, you either use this gigantic deadly shovel or a literal makeup brush. Generic one, personally, I've always enjoyed video editing. Because at least if you're creating content on your own, there's a creative element to it, where you get to really apply your skills and your creativity and do something interesting, you know? Well, Prof, it's better than the alternative, even if it costs you a lot of energy and it's exhausting. Blistex, never ask me that again. You know what, Plus on Black? Ribeye is fine, too. Ribeye is perfectly alright. Wooden skewers and toothbrushes. Yeah, that sounds about right, Devilish. Hey, Kregamonsta, welcome. Plus on black, ribeye is good, but have you ever had a tomahawk ribeye? Alright, there we go. Well, Prof, I'm not generally a fan of conflict either. I don't like it. And even when it can't be avoided, I'm not a fan. Ah, very good, Plus. You did have a tomahawk ribeye last week. Yeah, they're quite the treat, aren't they? Especially if you have a dog. Because then you can bring the bone back to your dog and go, here you go, dude. Enjoy. Amazing, Jatron. I bet he did. I bet your dog turned into a super chonk that year. I bet it was the best year of your dog's life, in fact. Honestly, I'm not sure that I would mind working at a salumeria. Apart from the fact that I'd have to be awake at consistent hours. Good old autocorrect, eh, Mantis Man? Yeah, Mantis Man, it does take a while to prepare a good tomahawk ribeye. But it's worth it. Challenging for your vegan girlfriend? I bet it was, Jatron. Could you not have at least brought her back some vegetable sausage or something? I mean, I know it's not the same, but... All right. Well, Generic One, in the case of the tomahawk ribeye, it's named after a Native American weapon, so... yeah, you know, that's not something you're gonna find in other parts of the world by that name. Oh, you know what? I think I remember this floor. I think I remember getting stuck here the first time I streamed a foray into the Palace of the Dead. Yeah, Jatron, I know I've gone on record as saying this before, but I feel like I can't repeat it enough. As much as I enjoy a good meat dish, I've had some fantastic Brahmin and Punjabi cuisine that was either vegetarian or vegan. Yeah, Jatron, that's the usual line I hear justifying the consumption of meat. Honestly, Tatsumi, in that regard, you're kind of lucky you live in Japan, because there are some vegetables and preparations of vegetables that are endemic to Japan that you don't really find anywhere else. Like some species of vegetables and also methods of pickling them and of serving them. Like, I've always been quite fond of tsukemono. And I'm really impressed what the Buddhist monks have figured out how to do with shoji and ryori. Granted, it was those same Buddhist monks who, I believe, called wild boar mountain whale so that they could consider it a fish and get around the restrictions on meat to eat it. So, GG, I guess. Oh, really, Plus? That's a shame. You should incorporate a little more into your diet. Yeah, Tatsumi, and vinegar and miso as well, I think. I've got to say, Tatsumi, the black vinegar that is produced in Japan is really fantastic stuff. I ended up getting a bottle of... I'm trying to remember where it was from. It was a bottle of Japanese black vinegar that I want to say maybe it came from Kumamoto. But it was that vinegar that's aged in clay jars on the coast for like 3 years. And I found it on sale at a local Asian grocery store. It was marked down from like 70 euros to 30. And I was like, well, I guess I'd probably better try this. And I did, and it was some of the nicest vinegar I've ever had. It lasted me quite a long time because I used it only in little bits for salad dressing and whatnot. But I'm pretty sure similar vinegar is used for making tsukemono, isn't it? Ah, Prof, you and Sam both. Gotta get a little more protein in your diet, man. Maybe even some carbs, honestly. If you're that thin. Oh yeah, Tatsumi, that was a one-time purchase. I only got that because I saw it on sale and I'd never had it before. However, that did get me interested in trying other different types of condiments, and that was my introduction to black vinegar, and now I get less expensive Japanese black vinegar, which I still use in cooking or in salad dressings. Jeez, Jatron. Generic one, it depends on what I'm cooking. Sometimes I'll use apple cider vinegar. Sometimes I'll use like a red wine vinegar. But I really, really like the fermented vinegars from Asia. Like the Japanese black vinegar is one that I've become quite fond of more recently. Oh, how are you liking that one, Hungy? Oh, really, Tatsumi? Yeah, I don't drink alcohol either. And I don't really cook with it all that often, but... Oh, okay, you know what? I think the shop is down here. Or a shop, anyway. Actually, according to the information on the Palace of the Dead, there are 3 shops here. Plus, I don't remember off the top of my head. Give me a moment and I will check for you. Because I've been ordering mine online lately. More so than ever now, thanks to the coronavirus. A calorie-dense smoothie, Jtron? Water and flour. Just make a smoothie out of pasta. All the empty carbs will pack on the pounds in no time. Hang on, Plus, let me... Oh, okay. So, the brand of really nice vinegar that I got, I see listings for it online, and I recognize it. The really, really nice 3-year aged Japanese black vinegar was the Kakuida brand. And... the generic stuff that I get is Orihiro. So let me... I found you a couple of listings, Plus. So, Plus, this is the really good stuff. And this is the off-the-shelf stuff, which is a fraction of the price, but still very good quality. Jtron, honestly, in all seriousness, Jtron, let me... Let me see if I can find... something worthy of... your purposes. I will forewarn you, Jatron, while I consider myself reasonably knowledgeable about food, I am not knowledgeable about hardcore bodybuilding. Whoops, and I forgot to... there we go. Alright, Jatron, I got a couple of lists for you. Alright, so... Hey, Street Shark, welcome! How do I keep my vinegar? Plus, you're supposed to store vinegar in a cool, dry place away from direct sunlight, which is what I do. Alright. And there you go. Oh, you ordered both Plus on Black. Okay. Well, I hope you enjoy them. Yeah, plus, as long as you have a dark cabinet that is away from direct sunlight and that doesn't get hot, you can keep your bottled vinegar in that cabinet, provided that you make sure you seal the bottle after every use. You don't want to leave your bottles open. Hang in there, Street Shark. You'll be back to eating regular food in no time. Just gotta make it through the next week or two. Ha! That's very kind of you, Street Shark, to offer him that. Come to think of it, I don't think I've ever had or even heard of burek either. Let's see, a family of baked filled pastries made of a thin flaky dough such as phyllo or yufka. Oh, of Ottoman origin, huh? Found in the cuisines of the Balkans, okay, the Levant, and other parts of Eastern Europe. Very good. I could definitely get on board with this. Huh. Fascinating stuff, Street Shark. True enough, Jtron. Very true. Wait, what did... the hell did Ozma just do? Is that a sword technique? Oh, yes, it was. Okay. Well, I really appreciate it, Street Shark, and I don't know, I mean... there are lots of places in the world I would like to visit, and I feel like, in many ways, I could probably learn the most from visiting the places that aren't exactly the top tourist destinations. You know, Mantis Man, that's an interesting idea for bulking, is using MREs. I never would have thought that. Yeah, that's a clever idea, Mantis Man. I gotta hand it to you. Yeah, Street Shark, at this point, PETA is pretty much universal. You can buy them in grocery stores in Germany in plastic bags in the bread section. Although those aren't the best ones, it's better if you get them fresh. Which you can from street vendors and food stalls. But even in the United States, Street Shark, the bread sections of supermarkets tend to have pitas. What kind? The hemispherical, not hemispherical, the semicircular kind, Street Shark. Yeah, Generic One, oddly enough, that's the case in a lot of places. It's the case that the further you go from the beaten path, the prettier things tend to be. That's actually how it was where I lived in Connecticut for many years. I lived in a tiny town that didn't really have a lot going on, and where not too many people passed through. And it was one of the most beautiful spots I'd ever seen in New England. Precisely because tourists hadn't come through and ruined it. Well, hey, Jtron, at least it's... what the... what? When? Why? How? Okay, that's not cool. Why the hell is Canopus so intent on leaving? Yeah, Devilish, it can happen, but he had max loyalty. What the hell happened to his loyalty? And why did I not get any warnings about it? No, Prof, it's a stupid random thing that can happen. Why the... Huh. Yeah, I guess that might explain it, Devilish. He killed too many bird... That's bizarre. It's also kind of a problem. No, Blistex, that's not the point. I need him for the post-game. He's a crucial character. It's not replacing him in battle that's the issue. It's that he's a story character that you need for the post-game. Which means that I now have to revert to a previous save file in order to not have him... Yeah, Devilish, I can re-recruit him, but if I do, all his stats will revert. And it'll take me a lot longer. Damn it. And with literally no warning at all, which was very inequitable. Yeah, I'm gonna just have to reload the save, which is awful. Yeah, Street Shark, I mean, in the West, there's usually only one kind of pita. Which is just the one made out of, bread, basically. Alright. More often than not, this unit speaks in support of your decisions? We got 23 floors into the Palace of the Dead and he bailed? What the hell? Street Shark, it's pretty much only made out of wheat. Devilish, I didn't know I needed to. I didn't know that in 20 battles people were going to start bailing out. That's some crap. Come on, Matsuno. Street Shark, these are what I'm talking about. I guess I'll just have to keep closer track of his loyalty. Not when we're doing a perfectly fine job of clearing our way through it, Yami, no. Yeah, Street Shark, those are sold in bags or individually wrapped in Western countries. And then you buy them and take them home and fill them with stuff. And then bake them or cook them. But those are the ones you buy in grocery stores, Street Shark. In Germany, you can get from street stalls pita that are actually filled with stuff when you're served them. Well, GG, Yami. Welcome to pretty much every part of my life except the past month. Well, Jtron, or milk, or some form of dairy, or wheat. Yeah, Marisad, have you never heard... Hang on. Marisat, yeah, generic one. High fructose corn syrup is a really common sweetener. Not only in America now, it's getting more common in Europe and even in Japan. Matter of fact, Street Shark, or generic one rather, when I flew to Japan in 2009, they actually gave out little caplets, not caplets, little creamer containers of corn syrup with the meals, the in-flight meals. And Street Shark, let me give you an idea. Street Shark, for one thing, there's that. That, I believe, technically qualifies as shawarma. But let me give you another couple of examples. And, yeah, Street Shark, that's pretty much how it's done in Western countries. Is it substantially different in Bosnia? What you do there is you take phyllo pastry and soak it in water, then put a layer of phyllo And whatever you fill the pita with, then you... Oh, okay. Street Shark, it seems like pita means something very different in Bosnia than it does in Germany and the United States. Yeah, okay, Street Shark, then they're definitely the same word is used for different things. Kinda, Tatsumi, yeah. I've never heard of Sivapi, Street Shark. That might be something that... goes by a different name in the West, or... just doesn't exist. A grilled dish of mincemeat found Southeast Europe, the Balkans. National dish of Bosnia, common in Croatia, Serbia, Montenegro. Okay. Street Shark, I've never seen this dish anywhere. It looks really good, but I'm pretty sure this doesn't exist in the West outside of specialty or ethnic restaurants. I've never seen this anywhere in Germany. I've never seen it anywhere in the United States. And I've never seen it anywhere else in the bits of Western Europe that I've visited. If it says national food of one of them, it's... Oh, okay. Fair enough, Street Shark. Aha! Amazing, Tatsumi. Yeah, Street Shark, it probably exists at ethnic restaurants, but I've never found one in either of the countries where I've lived that has served it. They do exist here. Okay. Well, now that I know what to look for, Street Shark, I'll keep an eye out. Thank you for the heads up. Street Shark, I did, however, for several years when I was a kid, when I was just in high school, I had a part-time job at a local pizzeria that was run by Albanians. And the stuff that they served to locals was all Americanized. But at the end of the day, when we would close up the restaurant and they would make dinner for themselves and, you know, for those of us who worked there, they would make some Albanian dishes from time to time. So I've had things that were kind of similar that I don't even know the names of. Honestly, Tatsumi, there were times when I wondered if they were involved in organized crime, because they all wore these really expensive leather jackets, and they all drove around in Mercedes or BMWs. And they all kind of seemed to know all the other Albanians in that part of the state. And it always seemed like maybe there was a little bit more going on than met the eye. They all had a bunch of side jobs that they worked that I was never really clear on exactly what they were doing. So I honestly don't know, Tatsumi. It's possible. I've never been able to completely rule out the possibility. Maybe, Yami. Who even knows? Well, Blistex, better that I worked on the legit side of their business if they really were into organized crime. Pure speculation, Marisot. I don't know for a fact that that's what was going on. Ha! Not quite, Yami, no. It wouldn't have paid me better, Blistex. I still would have been washing dishes either way. Oh, very good, Yami. St. Louis. I don't know, Street Shark. It's unlikely that I will be in St. Louis anytime soon, or really anywhere else in Missouri, but I will bear that in mind. I think maybe more to the point, it would be helpful if I could find a Bosnian restaurant somewhere near where I live. Hello, buddy boy. Welcome. Well, yeah, Street Shark, that's why I say if you're that confident that there are any places in Germany where I could find that stuff, then I'll just try and get my hands on some if I can. Not too common, buddy boy. New Game Plus didn't really start to be a common feature in games until at least somewhat after this generation. Venom Y. We need to get rid of some of these. Street Shark, I will try to recall the names of those, or else make a note of them. There we go. Thank you, Erevan. To you as well. I hope you're doing okay. Oh, interesting, Podlesh. I hadn't heard that. Oh, very good, Tatsumi. Enjoy your soba. And thank you for stopping by. Have a good evening, Tatsumi. I hope you are able to get some rest. Alright, we have to do this whole song and dance again.
Lord wins. Blessing.
Sword Spider, thank you so much for the 3 gift subs to Strider, Life of Mamba, and Satanta.
Lord wins. Blessing upon
Really appreciate that, Sword Spider. Thank you.
Lord wins. Blessing upon thee.
Sword Spider, that is a tremendous help, and I'm very grateful. I hope you'll forgive me. I, as always, am struggling to concentrate. Buddy Boy, if you purchase the game on PSN, or if you manage to find a physical copy of it, you can just emulate it using PPSSPP, which is a PSP emulator. You can just play the game on your PC. Alright. There we go. Hey, Chopin, welcome! Okay, Street Shark, I'm gonna have to copy that word to my clipboard because there's no way I'm gonna remember it on my own. Thank you for the heads up. Well, Sword Spider, every little bit helps. People like you are the ones enabling me to continue doing this, so thank you. I really appreciate it. Well enough, Chopin. How about yourself? What equality bundle, buddy boy? What are we referring to here? What is this, Tatsumi? Oh. Okay, Tatsumi, I see. That's a cute cat, Tatsumi. Holy hell, no, I never heard of that, buddy boy. I wasn't aware that that was a thing. Oh, good luck, Chopin. Well, how would you, Blaze Nomad, if you figure each one of those 5,000 games is even 10 hours? That's 50,000 hours worth of games. That's crazy. Oh, okay, thank you, buddy boy. I will check it out. I mean, not that it'll help me now, unfortunately, but... Well, Jtron, if it makes you feel any better, you're in good company here. There are lots of Warhammer fans in my community. I figured as much, Blaze. Oh, wow! I was gonna say, buddy boy, I'd be surprised if there were any major big-name games in there, but it sounds like there were. Ha! Yeah, Mantis Man, and you're the one painting all the Warhammer models while you watch the stream, so... As if your credentials weren't in question to begin with. Oh, see, there you go, Rockethead. Yes. See what I mean? Mention Warhammer and all the Warhammer fans come out of the woodwork. It'd be chill for a while, Street Shark, but night in the woods gets pretty dark pretty quick. Huh. Yeah, I suppose so, Chopin. Actually... Would be nice if we had a few more ranged characters, and I keep meaning to bring Kashua. Ha! Wow, buddy boy. Oh, well. Bye, Nibeth. What in the hell is this body? What demons? Oh, they just die when you kill him. Well, that's silly and kind of dumb. Yeah, Kasumi, freaking Canopus decided he was gonna desert on me. Somehow his loyalty went from fairly high to he hates me and he wants to leave. Before I even got to floor 25. And I got no warning about it either. I didn't even get the warning dialogue that says this unit's about to leave. The game told me nothing until Canopus was already walking out the door. So, screw that. Well, Devilish, I'm just going to keep a closer eye on Canopus's loyalty now. Street Shark, hang in there. You'll be back to your regular diet in no time. Hey, Crypt, welcome. I'm doing all right, thanks, all things considered. Well, devilish, except... Except that Canopus is one of my best units. And the reason why I keep using him is because his stats are pretty nearly maxed out. Since I had him from the very earliest part of my first playthrough, he's just been scarfing tarot cards, and now he's jacked. Well, Kasumi, that's the point. I have to reset if Canopus leaves, because you need him. He is a mandatory character for the post-game. You cannot progress the post-game without him. Yeah, Devilish, my units are not all at max stats, but they're pretty close. At least the ones I use are pretty close. I haven't bothered grinding the stats on units I don't plan on using. Because that's just an enormous waste of time in a game like this that has the kind of stat leveling system this game has. The New Game Plus mechanics, buddy boy? It's the same story. It isn't necessarily any harder. It's just that you get to carry over your party from the previous playthrough in order to go through a different story path. And you kind of... In order to be able to even progress through the post-game content, you have to have played through the game on at least 2 story paths, and preferably 3. Because there's some stuff that you can only do when you're in New Game Plus, or New Game Plus Plus, depending. Chopin, supposedly the post-game in this game is 4 chapters of additional story that kind of wrap up and conclude the events from the main game. I don't know what they are because I haven't played through them yet, because the past 2 playthroughs and then this one were preparation and meeting prerequisites for the post-game. Jesus Christ, Devilish, you got all their stats up to 100? Everyone in your party? Devilish, are you sure you didn't accidentally use CW cheat or something? Because that's an absolutely insane commitment of time. Although, I suppose if you're really smart about switching your characters to all the same class, and then leveling 12 characters up on the same class from 1 to 50, I guess that is 5 free stat points for 12 characters. Which I wish I had known a little bit earlier. Well, buddy boy, a bunch of features were added in the PSP remake of this game that were not in the original. And I believe the in-battle autosaves and all of the more modern stuff is exclusive to this version. I don't think it was in either the SNES or the PS1 version. Devilish, you're insane. Yeah, Jtron. I mean, this is a remake rather than a remaster, so it was essentially rebuilt from the ground up. Oh, very cool, Mantis Man. Another nice paint job in the making, it looks like. Prof, a remaster is when a developer uses the original code, the original mastered version of a game, such as on PlayStation 2, and they quite literally remaster it, meaning they might expand the aspect ratio and upscale the graphics a little bit, but it's the same game, it's the original code for the most part, and it just has stuff added to it or built on top of it. So they use the original code as a foundation. In a remake, Prof, they throw out all the original code completely, and they reprogram the game from scratch, from the ground up. The only thing that they might build on is the original concept artwork, the original story documents, and they may import some of the original music into a remake, but a remake is basically that game reborn from the ashes. Whereas a remaster is that game with a facelift. Does that make sense? Alright, good luck, Street Shark. Hang in there, man. No worries, Prof. Hope that helps. Hey, Waltz Queen, welcome! Waltz Queen, I'm not sure you want to ask me that, but thanks. How are you doing, Waltz Queen? Ah, well, there goes that warrior. See you in the fall. Yeah, that's a good example, Renosoft. Very true. Not only that, Jtron, it added some issues that weren't in the original. No, Chopin, it wasn't that. Well, buddy boy, it sure is a good thing you have the internet. Right? Certainly no shortage of stuff for you to read. Yeah, exactly, KCK. Which is my main grievance with it, is the stupid weapon upgrade-based matchmaking restrictions, which make it pretty much pointless to try to match up with anyone without using passwords. It's the dumbest, the absolute stupidest. Well, Chopin, and there's that, too. Which certainly doesn't help matters. Yeah, Chopin. That sounds about right. Yeah, the DS1 remaster was very disappointing in many ways. Well, buddy boy, it's never too late to pick up some new reading material. Or honestly, just to educate yourself about something interesting, buddy boy. Like, look at this. There are so many interesting things you could be learning about, buddy boy, to prevent your brain from atrophying. Look at this, buddy boy. Look at all the fun stuff you could be learning. Or this. This kind of thing, right? Or, buddy boy, if you really want to treat yourself, if you really want to treat yourself, there's this. Hey, Decoy, welcome! Particularly this kind of thing. Oh, very good, buddy boy. Yeah, Shakespeare is fine. That'll either prevent your brain from rotting or it'll rot it twice as fast. Well, good, buddy boy. I hope you enjoy those. That'll give you plenty to watch to not only keep yourself entertained, but to help expand your mind a little bit. Decoy, Atlas just hates money. They just hate money. Honestly, Decoy, I'm willing to bet that at least half of those orders for the collector's edition are people who are going to just flip it on eBay for 5 times what they paid for it. $500 on Amazon. Yeah, like, come on, Atlas. This is Nintendo level artificial throttling of supply. Yummy, that's debatable. Because even in Japan, Atlas could be doing more. Short-sighted companies are, Tatsumi. But it doesn't matter whether a company's based in Japan or America or Europe or anywhere else. If they have an international market, they're foolish not to exploit that. I mean, if there are hundreds of thousands, or in Atlas's case, literally millions of people clamoring for more of Atlas's products outside Japan, that's just money that Atlas is refusing to take. It's sitting right there on the table, and Atlas is going, no, actually, I don't want that money. I don't get the impression it's so much about pandering to foreign markets, Tatsumi. I think it's just about fear. You know, and to some extent that fear is understandable, but Atlas no longer has an excuse. They haven't had an excuse for a long time. They've been sending out surveys to their foreign fans every year, multiple times a year, for at least the past, what, 10, 15 years? They have more than enough data to have known that it was a good idea to release Persona 4 Golden on PC. They had all the information they needed long before now. It took them way longer than it should have. But somebody at Atlas was just like, no. No, we don't care how much data there is. We don't understand foreign markets. So we're not going to try. We're just going to stick to the domestic market, which we understand. And that's one thing if you have no data on foreign markets, right? If you don't have the information infrastructure to be able to gather data to give you a fairly good idea of whether you have the foreign market for your products, that's one thing. But Atlas does have that information, and they've had it for years. It's just that their upper management has been sitting on it, refusing to do anything with it. They've had people screaming at them for a remaster of Nocturne, and for PC versions of, I mean, everything they've made in the past 15 years. And they've just sat on their thumbs going, we don't know. We're not sure. We don't know if the foreign market's gonna want this. And that meanwhile, they're buried up to their armpits in surveys asking for Persona 3 and 4 on PC. Yeah, Tatsumi, and that's a tricky thing, because Japan is a very geographically isolated country, and I get that researching and understanding foreign markets can be intimidating, and it can be challenging, especially when your own culture is so different from that of the countries whose markets you're looking at, but there's, especially in Atlas's case in particular, there's all that money just sitting there that they could have, and they have the data to know that it's a good idea for them to take that risk, because it's not really that big a risk. And at that point, the only thing holding them back is just irrational fear of the foreign market. Meanwhile, Tatsumi, I have to give Sega credit, because Sega has actually been porting some fairly niche, previously Japanese exclusives and localizing them for Western audiences. And for the most part, they've been going really well. The Yakuza games in particular come to mind. And now that Sega has learned that, oh hey, that was a good idea, maybe people really are willing to buy games that they've been begging us for decades, that Sega has started doing more of that. And that's been working out really well for everybody. Yeah, I know, Tatsumi, that's why companies in Japan are so terrified of innovation, because nobody wants to take even a tiny bit of risk. That's why progress in business and corporate culture and so many... I realize I'm preaching to the choir here, Tatsumi, but that's why it's so slow to progress in Japan. What's the old saying, Tatsumi? You can't make an omelet without breaking eggs. Which is ironic, because omelets seem to be really popular in Japan. Literally every other street stall, every street vendor is making those square folded omelets. Street Shark, I don't know if it has a specific name. Usually in Western restaurants, that kind of sauce is called either secret sauce or house sauce, implying that it's made in-house. Alright, I'd probably better check Canopus's... Yeah, okay, of late this unit has grown more vocal in criticizing your decisions. What the bloody hell? Why does Canopus hate me? Probably better save. Yeah, it's really unfortunate, Tatsumi, that way of thinking is so pervasive in Japan. Because Japan has a lot of really great stuff that it could offer the rest of the world that nobody wants to take the risk on introducing to a foreign market. Yeah, Renosoft, but Canopus is the only one who's getting mad. Everybody else is fine. Unless, hang on a minute. There's one thing I can think of that it might be. Which is... Canopus is Zenobian. How many of these other enemies are Zenobian? Abso-freaking-lutely none of them. I guess I'll just have to keep an eye out. Buddy boy, have you ever actually stayed at a capsule hotel? Because honestly, all you do in the pods is sleep. Well, Mantis Man, the only issue that would be relevant to Canopus is if any of the other enemies that we're killing are Zenobian. But I don't think almost any of them are. Almost all of them are from the mainland of the continent where we are right now. And there are almost no Zenobian enemies in the game anyway. Because Zenobia is a neutral country that isn't antagonistic toward the kingdom that we're trying to build. Well, Tatsumi, other than, I guess, the novelty value. But I mean, even if you don't necessarily stay at a capsule hotel because you want to, Tatsumi, you have to admit they are really helpful. I mean, to be able to get a clean place to stay for what, 3,500 yen a night? And in some cases have access to an onsen? Or a cafe or a restaurant or something like that? I mean, yeah, they may be used out of necessity, Tatsumi, but you gotta admit, they're really handy. Well, buddy boy, yes and no. Capsule hotels were originally introduced at the, I want to say the 1969 World's Fair in Osaka. And I know it was at least at a World's Fair sometime in the 60s. I think it was the 1969 World's Fair that was held in Osaka. But they were, yeah, exactly, Tatsumi. Buddy boy, they were invented by a guy who created them with the idea that he wanted to create low-cost, affordable housing in very densely developed areas where there wasn't a lot of room. And it was basically a potential attempt to help solve homelessness and to just help provide affordable accommodations for people who were maybe traveling on business or who were living on very low incomes, that kind of thing. And the original concepts for the capsule hotels look very different, buddy boy. They look more like something you'd see in the Jetsons. They had these hemispherical plastic windows, and what were originally, what ended up turning into just sleeping pods were actually like 2 meter by 2 meter apartments Really, really tiny, like just little rooms with a bed and a desk. Well, they do now, Tatsumi, yeah. Because net cafes are even cheaper than capsule hotels. And even at a net cafe, you can get a private room sometimes, or like a private cubicle with a chair, and you have unlimited access to the ice cream machine or to the snack bar. It's basic food. It's nothing fancy, but... Well, Decoy, but that's the point. Capsule hotels are generally clean and safe. I mean, in Japan, capsule hotels are segregated by gender. Like, they'll have a floor for men and a floor for women, which provides an even greater measure of safety, although unfortunately part of the reason for that is some other aspects of Japanese culture. But the point is, capsule hotels are a fantastic, inexpensive way of finding a place to stay, particularly for businessmen who are traveling and who maybe miss the last train and can't make it home and need a place to crash before they go into work the next day. And for that reason, there are a number of capsule hotels in Japan that actually will sell a fresh white button-up shirt and tie from either a vending machine or a kiosk in the lobby, so that you can get yourself a fresh change of clothes before you go into work the following day. Well, yeah, Decoy, they're definitely not for the claustrophobic. But if you live in a big city in Japan, Decoy, you're probably not claustrophobic to begin with, because you would just die. The population density in Japan's big cities is incredible. It's incredibly dense. Yeah, Tatsumi, I've heard that a lot of offices in Japan now have actual nap rooms where you can take a break and get a few minutes of rest. And I understand that people will sometimes stay the night in those rooms if they work late and they're not going to make the last train. Honestly, I think nap rooms are a fantastic idea if you get to use them for their intended purpose. Unfortunately, I fear the way that Japanese business mentality works. Nap rooms probably only facilitate people working even longer hours, rather than actually taking breaks and, you know, putting your personal health first, right? Yeah, overtime, exactly. Exactly. Yeah, Yami, they've been doing that with other stores as well. Whole Foods has been doing that in the United States, actually, Yami. They've opened a few experimental locations where everything is Apple Pay, where you just pay using your iPhone. And all of the groceries that you put in the cart automatically get scanned by your phone, and then it's all totaled up and automatically deducted from your account when you leave. Yeah, Jatron. Trying to line his pockets as much as he can. Well, my sentiments exactly, Waltz Queen. Well, Yami, that's the point, is everything, I guess, is individually wrapped or has individual electronic tags on it or something. Plus, the stores are under constant surveillance. Oh, it's that bad there, generic one? Jeez. Yeah, Yami, when I was in high school, I knew a lot of other students who would occasionally avail themselves of the 5-finger discount at the local pharmacy when they went in to pick up some candy or something. They'd walk out with a little more than what they'd paid for. A technical shoplifter or a legal one? Tatsumi, remind me again? Because I recall you telling me a little bit about what you do for a living. But I'm having trouble calling the details to mind again. I think you said something like secret shopper or something along those lines? Engineer. Okay, maybe I remembered incorrectly. Chemical engineer. Then how do you mean you're a technical shoplifter or a legal one? Well, Incredible Matt, especially depending upon where you live. Oh, buddy boy, that's a whole long discussion on its own. The thick and thin of it is, it stems from corporations having so much power that they can basically force their employees to do whatever they want and overwork them to death and then not compensate them. And because the legal system is so much under the control of corporations, the corporations rarely, if ever, get held accountable for it. Even if, on paper, there are supposed to be laws to protect them. And it especially now, buddy boy, with things the way they are in certain countries that shall remain nameless, with big business lobbyists and corporations having so much influence over the government and the lawmaking, a lot of the protections that did exist for workers are now being repealed or undermined. And the courts are being stacked by judges who are biased in favor of companies and who basically are guaranteed to deny any kind of compensation claims, that kind of thing. That's the short version, buddy boy. I don't particularly care to have a huge discussion about it, but that's the Cliff Notes version, as it were. Really, we wasted a weapon skill on a golem that had 6 HP left? Yeah, Yami, I'm sure the corporations have the workers' best interests in mind. It's not like their only goal is to make a profit, no matter what the human cost. Well, buddy boy, that's happening in other countries right now, too. But there are certain people who respond to those riots by blaming the rioters rather than the oppressors. And somehow that way of thinking has gained traction among the ignorant and those unwilling to accept facts. Well, Reno Soft, the Outer Worlds is an example of end-stage capitalism. The absolute worst-case scenario of a society that is so vehemently capitalist that it's collapsing because the haves just keep taking and taking. And the have-nots are essentially, in the Outer Worlds anyway, the upper class is just going to start freezing the lower class in cold sleep capsules so that there's more food to go around. Like, that's the point of what's going on in the Outer Worlds. Yeah, Decoy, I mean, I kind of felt that way after the first 30 minutes of that game. It's a fantastic game. The writing is awesome. It's a very, very Obsidian title. And boy, they pretty much made Fallout New Vegas without using the Fallout branding. I'll tell you what, there's plenty of that going on. And I'd heard, actually, that the Outer Worlds is getting some DLC sometime soon. So that'll be interesting. It'll be a nice excuse to go back and play that. No, Tatsumi, I'm so burned out on the Sengoku era as a setting for video games. I've played so many games that are set in that period of time. I just need something different, you know? I need a little more variety. I've actually been thinking of trying out Carrion, which is that new... I think they're calling it a reverse horror game, where you play as the monster and your goal is to escape the evil research facility full of scientists and soldiers. No, Waltz Queen, I haven't. I looked into the Outer Wilds, but I cannot get around the art style in that game. Oops. No, there we go. Yes, Jtron, the Sengoku era is the 1500s. It's the Warring States period, which was the heyday of the samurai. The Edo period came much later. That was around the 1800s. And it's called the Edo period because at that time, Tokyo, which was the capital of Japan then, was called Edo. They moved the capital to Edo from somewhere else. I want to say it was, Heian-kyo, or one of the other places that had been the capital before. Yeah, Kyoto, but Heian-kyo is what Kyoto was called previously, I believe. A bunch of cities changed names just as Edo did to Tokyo. Yeah, Jtron, I will readily admit that I only have a cursory knowledge of that part of Japanese history. I'm not intimately familiar with it, but... Indeed, Street Shark. Yeah, pretty much, Tatsumi. I don't know why he chose there. I'm not sure if it was for strategic reasons or economic reasons or what his reasoning was for choosing Edo. Yeah, Jtron, that's why you have to actually study historic documents rather than just getting all your history from pop culture, you know, from anime and manga and video games. Legitimately, and Tatsumi lives in Japan, so he can back me up on this. There are a lot of foreigners who go to Japan with no idea of what Japanese culture is, other than what they've seen in Japanese media, like manga and anime. And then they get to Japan and they actually expect that everybody has a Gundam that they drive to work every day. And it causes some really awkward and uncomfortable situations for everybody. Like, people don't do their research before they go traveling, and I mean, that's true for any country, any destination, but it's especially harsh when Westerners visit Japan, just because the culture is so different. And the same problem exists in reverse when people from Japan visit the West. There's actually a name for that. We talked about it during a previous stream. It's called Paris Syndrome. So, culture shock is a pretty powerful force. Yeah, exactly, Don Patron. Or everybody in Texas is a cowboy and walks around with a whip and a lasso and a revolver and a 10-gallon hat. Everyone eats barbecue and hamburgers. Yeah, Decoy, Digital Devil Saga comes to mind, where pretty much every environment in Digital Devil Saga is filled with references to Hinduism. I bet they are, Watsef. I bet Westerners go to Russia and just assume there are no laws because of all the dash cam videos they watched on YouTube. Yeah, KCK, but you're American, right? Look around you. Look at all the ignorance that you see on a daily basis. I mean, hell, look at the Karen archetype, right? The people who are yelling at American citizens who happen to come from some other ethnic background, speak English, you live in America, that kind of thing. Or, why would I need to go on vacation anywhere else? I've got everything I need right here in Redneckville, Kentucky, right? You know, people just don't learn about the world. They don't learn about culture or society. And I know for a fact, from having gone through the public education system in America, that social studies classes are a joke. They're something schools do as a legal obligation. Rather than to actually teach students anything. Sugar Crow. Yeah, Sugar Crow. And all anyone from America thinks of when they come to Germany is they think of Bavaria. Right, they think of lederhosen and that whole... That really unique, specific outfit that only is culturally relevant to one small part of Germany. Yeah, Jtron, it's incredible. And kind of depressing. Oh god, no, I don't want to return to the world map. Well, possibly, KCK. Yeah, Waltz Queen. Or you just gloss over the existence of other countries and cultures, and you don't really learn that they're different or why. Yeah, just one example among many, Street Shark. Yami, what is it with you and Dr. Strangelove? Yeah, only during festivals, Sugar Crow. Well, Jtron, I mean, the stereotypes about Canadians being polite are at least somewhat true. I've interacted with enough Canadians over the course of my life to be able to say fairly definitively that you guys as a whole tend to be more polite than most other nationalities I've met. Yeah, Street Shark, and schools don't teach you how to teach yourself. Well, Decoy, we've now made it back to where we were before. Ha! Well, Tatsumi, there's a very small basis for that stereotype. Renosoft, if you have a job already lined up, it's not as difficult as it is if you're just trying to get a visa without being able to prove that you're an asset to Germany. But yeah, Tatsumi, part of the reason that stereotype exists is because European women in general, not just German women, although German women do have a bit of a reputation for it, European women, they are a little bit tougher. Because they've kind of had to learn to be. European women have endured a lot of shit over the years. Especially from men, and they've kind of had to learn how to hold their own in societies that very much do not put their interests first. And that has resulted in maybe a larger number of European women in general being more forward and direct and less shy of confrontation. And I think that may be where that stereotype comes from. But it's not like all the women in Europe are these like 6.5 foot tall, heavily muscled bodybuilders who are going to pound your ass into the ground if you look at them wrong. European women can be kind and gentle too, but you're more likely to regret it if you cross them. Well, Decoy, there's always the exception. Yeah, imagine that, Chopin. Yeah, Random Pers, it's really very much up to the teacher how useful their class is actually going to be to the students. Yeah, Jtron, enjoy that while it lasts and keep your borders closed. Keep that shit out. Well, yeah, Chopin. I mean, what am I gonna say? Understandable, Street Shark. Honestly, Street Shark, I wonder what humor is like in the more far-flung parts of your neck of the world that haven't been so heavily influenced by foreign cultures. Alright, I'm gonna save. Well, Yami, depending upon who you ask, there are those who would tell you Taiwan isn't a country. But we won't talk about China right now. No part of it, Street Shark? Oh, okay, well, you got me. Ah, nice decoy. Gotta love that. No, Prof. I meant Taiwan isn't a country if you ask China. It's not as funny if I have to explain it. I was just giving Yami a gentle roast, Prof. Pay it no mind. Jtron, literally anywhere in Western Europe. Germany, Spain, France, Italy, the UK, Scandinavia. Tatsumi, that's a hell of a way to phrase it. Oh, okay, Prof. Yeah, Prof, but what country doesn't, right? Especially now. They confuse it with Oh, yeah! Thailand versus Taiwan. I've heard people make that mistake, Yami. Adults, more's the pity. Waltz Queen, if that was addressed at me, I've been thinking about applying for a Canadian citizenship for a while. But I don't think they'd accept me. I'm pretty sure they'd just view me as a freeloader. Jtron, that's very kind of you. I genuinely appreciate that. Street Shark, I believe that was Chile and Argentina that had the war over a football game. It was Guatemala and Costa Rica. Huh. Why do I remember Chile and Argentina then? Maybe there was some other political spat those two countries had that I'm mixing up with the war over that football game. Oh, El Salvador and Honduras. Okay. That does actually sound vaguely familiar. Chile and Argentina. Maybe I'm just thinking of countries in Latin America that have really good quality beef. Man, I can't get food out of my mind no matter where I am or what I'm doing. Oh, generic one. I was going to say, what kind of beef are we talking about here? Because I'm talking about cow meat. Argentinian beef is really well regarded here in Germany, in fact. Threw a rock, Tatsumi. It was a bullet, and he didn't throw it. Also, how long does it take to kill a couple of these stupid dragons? No, what's F? It was just the straw that broke the camel's back. I'm pretty sure there's no disagreement in history about that. The whole of Europe was just a ticking time bomb leading up to that. No kidding, Prof. Oh, right, Tatsumi. Right, okay. Really, Automod? You go for the word mongrel? Holy hell. Sorry about that, Mantis Man. It looks like some relatively generic words have been used on Twitch in very unkind contexts. So I guess now I understand what Twitch meant about making Automod more aggressive. They just added about 5,000 words to its dictionary. GG, Twitch. That'll stop racism. Whoa, wait a minute. Transcription? No, Street Shark, don't! Street Shark! Don't get me in trouble here. Alright, how is Canopus's loyalty? Defying me openly in front of others. Alright, I have to do something about this. Podcast on this game, Iceflower? What podcast? Also, hello and welcome. Yeah, Decoy, I know. It's not really in common usage for that, but I know it is occasionally. I have not, What's F. I don't think I've ever even heard of it. What did I want to... Oh, yeah. I wanted to check the... What's it called? Transcription? Here it is. Allows the transcribing of a variety of spell books for the novice to expert crafter. Alright, this I think is a shop. Yes, okay. Hello, young master. See anything you want, just let me know. I love how there's a skeleton just casually running a shop in the middle of the Palace of the Dead. And in walks an interloper from outside, and the skeleton's like, oh, hey, how's it going, man? Lovely weather today. See anything you're interested in? Mantis Man, it has to do with the enemies he's killing. There has to be somebody he's killing that he doesn't want to kill. I can't think of any other mechanical reason that would cause him to be so butthurt. Alright, what do we get out of transcription? Oh. It lets us make the spellbook weapons. Alright. Does he have anything? Ah! He has the summons. Exorcism 2. Dispel, liberate, ease. Fixate, dead scream? Frighten a single target. Ah, Denham can use it. And Dead Man's Ivy. Hobble. Okay. Draconic magic. Dodge blades. And these are buffs. Transforms a single incapacitated unit into a zombie. Banish. Wither. Drains HP. Drains HP into MP. Interesting. Floofin, thank you so much for the 100 bits. Really appreciate that. Stores HP to undead and deals damage to the living. Brain rot. Spoil heal. Moves a single incapacitated or stilled unit for whatever good that does. Ninjutsu. Honestly, I don't even know why I keep all this ninjutsu around. Okay, do we have access to any new weapons here? Oh, no, we don't. Okay, that's unfortunate. Alright, I'd probably better save before Canopus decides to go AWOL on me again. Alright, well, let's see how far we can get. Oh, okay, Mantis Man, that would explain it. They lose loyalty every time they kill a unit whose clan has a high chaos for... That's some bullshit right there. So then, the enemies that he's killing don't necessarily need to be Zenobian. They could be anybody. And all that would really matter is that I would have to have a high chaos frame with them. Well, that's some bullshit. Yeah, Jtron, of all the absolutely asinine systems that add nothing to a game, well, no, WhatsApp, this system didn't even come from Square Enix. This came from Basescape. This was designed by Matsuno before Squaresoft hired him to make a Tactics Ogre game under their own IP. Well, Chopin, permadeath is a mechanic in this game. It's pretty easy to avoid it, but it does exist. And I think that on its own would have been fine without adding this nonsense. Alright, well, unfortunately, it looks like we're going to have to bench Canopus for the moment. Wow, Decoy, that's pretty dumb. Yeah, Waltz Queen, Canopus is going to have to take a little vacation, sadly. It's a damn shame, he's one of my best units. But I guess I'm going to have to build his loyalty a little bit. That's a good way to put it, Jtron. He makes amazing soup, but there's always a fly in it. Well, never mind that, Decoy. It's just a dumb system. It's such a stupid way. Like, let the player decide that by their actions in-game. Don't make the single most heavily weighted action that determines the player's story path the method they use to enter their characters' names. That's the stupidest. No, Kasumi, but his loyalty is getting lower and lower every battle he participates in. And I guess Mantis Man found an explanation for why that might be. But unfortunately, that explanation basically means, yeah, I can't use Canopus. I also really hate how the NPC AI, the allied AI, will just waste weapon skills on enemies that are nearly dead. Yeah, by now we probably are, Jtron, but if the stuff we've seen up to now hasn't deterred us, I don't see what the big problem is. Everyone's fine except Canopus. Literally, it's only Canopus who's getting his panties in a wad here. Everybody else is chill. Canopus is the only one who's getting butthurt. Oh, we got some Falcon Mail. Very good. I'll probably never use it because the wind element sucks in this game, but... You know, I meant to do this. She needs to learn Wendigo. She needs to learn Gnome. She needs to learn Sylphide. She needs to learn Salamander. And Rudlum needs Gnome. All right. Those zombies have that woman surrounded. Wait, what is she doing down here? Beelzebub. Yeah, that's a great translation, Matsuno. There now, go ahead. Go on, try them. Oh, these guys are all reading some kind of evil book that turns them into zombies. Undead. They are called the Books of the Dead. I see. Quite impressive for a mortal accomplishment, even if the books require the temple's raw power to work their magic. You, down there, what are you? Georges, I leave this to you. Oh, she's gone. As you wish, madam. He's gonna summon denizens of the abyss. Jatron, in this game, 12. Let us see what these mortals have to offer us by way of entertainment. Good old Hobrim going out there to tank with his broken-ass force field. Missed me, idiot. Oh, the freaking golem is undead too. Amazing. Although actually, I'm pretty sure that the ringleader there, George's, is just going to get shot and the battle will end anyway, so I don't think I need to bother. I believe it might be, Jatron. Let me check. Yes, it is indeed a flesh golem. Some fiendish mage patched this golem together from a jumble of leftover body parts. Its bulbous form boils with hatred towards the living. Ouch. Yeah, okay. Shadow Knight, a knight who attained immortality through a pact with a demon. No light of reason shines in its eyes, only a lust for bloodshed. Sounds about right. And then this idiot is gonna... Witch King? A vile magic user whose power inspires equal parts fear and respect. Oh. Yeah, that's another weird thing about zombies in this game, is they can use normal healing items on themselves. And it doesn't do damage like it did in the Final Fantasy series. Yeah, Jatron, necromancy seems to be much more status ailment and utility focused in this game. It doesn't really seem to have a lot of direct attacking options. Which is kind of a shame. Oh gee, it looks like we've hit quite the wall, haven't we? But then, so have they. Glasscute, not necessarily. This game has 3 different story paths you can take. It has a lawful, chaotic, and neutral story path. So you get to take your pick. But depending on which one you choose, different people may live or die. I don't know, Kasumi. The law path has you participating in the massacre at Balmamusa. Which, on its own, is very bad. Yeah, Jtron, I suppose so, but you'd think necromancers would at least have some options for dealing damage, rather than just being utility mages who are totally squishy. Oh, okay, Kasumi, gotcha. Wait a minute. Oh, I was gonna say, I did bring Kachua, I think. I also appreciate that these idiots are wasting their turns. On the other hand... we need to get rid of this stupid dead golem before we can move across the bridge. Oh, and we just don't have enough TP for it. Right, and for some stupid reason, even as Princess, Kachua isn't allowed to use exorcism spells. So I guess we'll just have to go about it this way. There we are. Ah, get ready to get dead, idiots. You know what, Jtron? That's fair enough. You've got a point. That's pretty much invariably how I see necromancers played in... well, in D&D at the very least, and often enough in video games. Although if we're specifically talking about creatures like liches, they don't seem to have any trouble casting very dangerous, direct damaging spells. Glasscute because everybody is on AI control. And frankly, I don't feel like bothering to deal with the trouble of controlling everyone manually. Too hard to focus on talking to chat when I'm doing that. Plus, I've already pretty much gotten everybody a ton of stat boosts from the cards as it is. And the AI will occasionally pick them up on its own. So it's just not a huge concern to me. Oh, nice decoy. I really wish my idiot AI party members would just stop spamming buffs on themselves and actually attack. Yeah, Decoy, well, welcome to Bethesda games. Oh, good. And inside the item there was a card. Amazing. Alright, you know what? Wait, why does... Huh. Yeah, there's no way we're gonna reach him like this. Oh, amazing decoy! Bodies are fleshy, weak things, a nuisance, and yet without one cannot taste the living air. Oh, well, I guess he's dead. But he doesn't seem all that concerned about it. Oh, good, we got Grimoire Malediction. Oh, now Vice as well is getting pissed for some stupid reason. Great, that's more and more of my ranged characters. Just what I bloody needed. I'd probably better save before we do this. No, Decoy, I would never do something so stupid. Apparently they don't like that I'm having them kill units with which the Order of No Quarter has a high chaos frame, which is the stupidest, most obscure system that the game goes out of its way to make every effort not to tell you about. Well, there he goes. Ha! I bet I could get this idiot. I sure can. Ah, I was hoping he'd fall off the edge. Oh well. Well, Decoy, the problem with that kind of system is it never works. Because it's never enough for you to be able to alter your alignment in a meaningfully efficient way. But it's just enough that if you do any kind of grinding at all, you end up screwing up your alignment. So systems like that are almost never incorporated well. Certainly very rarely, if ever, incorporated thoughtfully, according to the way that actual people play video games. Hey, Musti. Well, Yami, the problem with keeping it hidden is then that makes it even more annoying to understand when things stop going the way you want them to. I say if you're going to have an alignment system in a game, you'd better make it player-facing. Yes, Hunter, he is. I had to bench him because he was being pissy. Because I guess he didn't like the fact that I was having him kill evil enemies. I agree, King. Hidden mechanics just make life more irritating for everybody. Oh, we got a pair of these shoes. Yeah, Yami, because whether the system is player-facing or not, it can still be designed badly. Yeah, I'm inclined to agree on that it's a relic of game design, King. I feel like a lot of developers just shoehorn it in for the sake of having it, without actually paying much mind to whether or not it adds anything to the game. And often enough, it just doesn't. That's a good point too, Chopin. It is kind of a way for the developers to make the game more tedious for you, whether that's their actual intent or not, and to prevent you from being able to have freedom over what you do and when and how you do it. Decoy, I would add the Persona series to that. Wow. Yeah, Kasumi, which just goes to show how outdated his attitude is. And is just another example of developers that add those mechanics purely for the sake of having them, even if they don't add anything positive to the game or actively make it worse. It'd be really nice if some of these developers would just leave those archaic, antiquated systems behind. Because a lot of those systems are just designed to make people's... to waste people's time and make the game more irritating and pad it out. in an artificial way by forcing you to do unnecessarily complicated or convoluted things. Yeah, Kasumi, some people just can't look around them and realize they've been left behind. It's too bad, because that really hurts the design of some games. More and more now. Yeah, Yami, but it has to be designed well. It has to be integrated purposefully, and it has to actually add something to the game. You say you like a good hidden system, but the only hidden systems you actually like, I suspect, are the ones that are actually thoughtfully designed and that the developers added for a purpose rather than just for the sake of having them. Yeah, often enough, Jtron. Well, and that's the point, Yami. The reason it's more misses than hits is because it's hard to do hidden mechanics well, because most developers seem to just add them for the sake of adding them, as a lazy way of making the game more mysterious. If you're gonna add something and not allow the player to understand what it is or how it works, there had better be a damn good reason for doing that. You know, don't just do it for the sake of doing it, because then it's just another cumbersome, bolted-on system that makes the game less fun. Oh yeah, gee, I wonder, Decoy. And honestly, Decoy, that's par for the course in a lot of the SMT games. Oh good, there goes another skeleton. It's that way with a lot of the questions in the Devil Summoner games, and even in Persona 5, since they brought back the negotiation system. A lot of the questions in Persona 5 follow that kind of format. Although in Persona 5, there isn't really so much an alignment system as there are just the demon personalities. Yeah, that makes sense, Decoy. I could see that. I love how none of my stupid-ass allies are making any effort to go chase that stupid ghost. The one enemy still left on the battlefield. And Hobrim is just wandering back and forth like a moron, wasting uses of Silence Bringer. Sometimes I think the AI in this game doesn't detect when it can path to an enemy that is a valid target. Yeah, I might, Yami. Yeah, because look at this. Kachu is just walking back and forth. And yet there was a very smart move by the AI using the level 3 heal spell to damage that ghost because she probably didn't have enough MP for Judgment. Yeah, and now Rudlam is going wasting his MP debuffing. Hey, Regito, welcome! Yeah, Hunter, well, it's amazing he didn't walk off one of these ledges then. Wow, decoy. There we go, bloody finally. Alright, is Vice any more butthurt? This unit does not open its mouth but to complain. God damn it! That means we're gonna have to bench him too. Come on, Matsuno. Yeah, King, those existed in Devil Summoner as well. Oh, hi, Pabe, welcome!
Thank you.
Thank you so much for the resub, Pabe. Welcome back, and thank you for the raid. Greetings. How are you doing, Pabe? It's good to see you. How are things? How's that RPG you were playing, Pabe? Is it any good? Weird stream? Oh, sorry to hear that, Pabe. Things could be going a little bit better with Tactics, Ogre, Pabe. My party members are trying to desert me. Because apparently they don't like doing work. They're like my dad. Yami, to the first point, if it's a forced tutorial, it should only play once, and you should be able to skip it on subsequent playthroughs of the game. Or at the very least, they should put you in the tutorial, and then give you the option to play through it or skip it, so that it's presented to you up front. Second, if it's a wall of text that's put in the menus and not directly shown to the player, literally all they need is to add a message in-game to tell you that a tutorial has been made available on that topic, and not force it in your face. Both of those problems are very easy to solve, and frankly, Yami, the best kind of tutorial is the kind of tutorial that you get at the beginning of Demon's Souls and Dark Souls 1, where the tutorial is just a mini level that you play through that's smoothly and seamlessly integrated into the actual game, and that doesn't feel like a tutorial. So there are solutions to all of those problems, Yami. It'll teach you a lot about bad writing. I'm not sure that makes me want to play it, babe. I don't find that particularly encouraging, to be honest. Oh, not weird in a bad way, just very special? Huh. Yami, the Dark Souls style tutorial works for games that are more RPG oriented as well. Besides which, if people aren't willing to read, that's their problem. You know, that's a choice the player makes. It's not the developer's job to baby the player and spoon feed them. Make the information available to them if they choose it, but give them the choice. That's all they need, is the choice. Oh, okay, Pabe, I see. Yeah, exactly, Decoy. That's an ideal solution for that kind of game. Oh, does it, Hunter CD? Because, yeah, the first game had a Dark Souls-style tutorial where the first area of Neo 1 was the tutorial, and they did give you little messages here and there, but none of it was really forced. It was all just kind of delivered naturally over the course of the first part of that stage. Yeah, Decoy, that's fine. It's all about striking the right balance, you know? But in any case, as much as I hate to do this, Pabe, so soon after you raided me, I was actually just on the verge of calling it to go get some dinner, because I am getting pretty hungry. And I think I'm going to look into Carrion, because I might try streaming Carrion tomorrow. I might give that a shot and see if I enjoy that any more than I did Transistor and or Bastion. So Yami, but again, that's their problem. If they're unwilling to read, the consequences of that choice are on them. It's not up to the developer to say, no, you must do this the way we want you to. You must read. Give them the choice, and if they choose not to, fine. They own the consequences. Sephirios, thank you so much for gifting a sub to Valderic. I really appreciate that. Alright, everybody, so we are going to go raid my friend Reb. She is actually playing the bad Dark Souls game right now. And I'm sure she would be very grateful for some people to come keep her company while she suffers. And also, she's really sweet and lovely and wonderful and kind and lots of fun to hang out with, so I think you guys will really like her. Thank you all very much for joining me today. I look forward to seeing all of you tomorrow when I may end up trying out Carrion, so look forward to that, and I will catch all of you then. Good night, everybody. Take care of yourselves.